You know, I said I set up everything, and then I didn't. Why do I have this down?
Okay, I just heard my feedback from my Twitch, which I actually now have to mute. I did not realize I sounded like that. I wanted to wear the cap to rep Nintendo, but this is getting in the way. You know, it's funny. You'd think if a guy takes an hour and a half to set up, he'd actually have it set up. Alright, I'm seeing things about echo. Hopefully that's the thing I just fixed. Where's my voice meter? Yep, I left my headset mic down. So, hello everyone. How are you doing this fine Thursday? I see I have people on both YouTube and Twitch. I'm really glad that's working and that I got that figured out. Anyway. Chat moving. I get distracted by that. Anyway. Oh. So I got like 4 hours of sleep last night because I was on the, what was it? I was doing the midnight release for the Switch 2. So I'm gonna switch my cam over for that. It should be this one. Nope, definitely not that one. It should, you know what? I should just minimize that. Aha, here we go. Yeah, so anyway, Switch 2, but it's weird. I thought Xbox was bad with their stuff, but this just looks like the original Switch packaging. Did they really not update anything? Anyway, let's just open this up to find that I am absolutely messing with you guys. Why is... Hold on. First off, why'd the camera lose focus there? And second off, why is my desk backwards? Give me 1 minute. I'm just gonna go back to this one. Alright, let's see about fixing that real quick. Weird, it's not like this when I record. Okay, so if I do flip horizontal... Yes, okay, that worked fine. Now let's head back. Beautiful. Yeah, so absolutely messing with you guys. This is just my standard Nintendo Switch. Princess Petals saying I should show the OG Switch next to the Switch 2 for comparison. Yes, that is precisely why I did this dumb gag. Not only showing the Switch, but also the Switch's box. So, I'll just get this closed up, and let's pull out the real star of the show here. So, surprisingly, the Switch 2, it's supposed to be bigger. Well, I'm almost certain it is bigger, but it uses a much more compact box. I wonder if... So, like, let's not mash the thumbstick on my Switch while I do this. Not enough desk space. So, it's a little bit thicker. Can I line this up? Come on. Yeah, it's got a little bit more height to it. But it's way shorter. So, way more of a compact box. And of course, as you saw when I opened this, I forgot to hit start recording. So I'll just have to harvest that from YouTube. Or Twitch. Whichever one has the better video quality. Anyway. So yeah, you see all this blank space here. I'm wondering if we're not going to have that with this. And I wonder if the motivation is just more eco-friendly packaging, more shipping density, because they were really trying to get these things out. There were so many people at GameStop last night. But enough lollygagging. Let's actually see this thing. So this will be my first time opening this box. Ooh. And I see... Oh. Okay, so this is just one big flap. Oh no, I'm opening the box upside down. Excuse me. Alright. To be fair, you have all this info on the flap here. This looks like it would be the bottom. And by the way, yes, I was number 1 for the non-Mario Kart bundles. The GameStop I went to had 5 of the non-Mario Karts and so many of the Mario Karts. I was concerned I wasn't going to get one of these and I'd have to get the Mario Kart bundle. And then everyone in the line in front of me said, no, we're here for the Mario Kart bundle. So anyway, let's see. So it's telling us to plug it in, set it up. Yeah, okay. That's standard looking stuff. Ah! Definitely higher packing density. Yeah. This is spot the difference if I've ever seen it. So, I guess our best point of comparison is starting with the Switch tablet itself. I mean, do I even need to say anything? The OG Switch doesn't even reach English today. The OG Switch doesn't even reach the bezels for the Switch 2. That is insanity. So let's get this sucker open. Upside down a little bit there, and wow. That is a lot of screen. Hey, you can even see my camera. So I actually wanted to pick up the Hori anti-glare screen protector, but GameStop didn't have it in stock. It looks like I'm either going to have to find that on Amazon or check one of the other stores around here. Alright, so we've got the Joy-Con rails with these connectors. Okay, they are rigid, though realistically, I can't imagine a case where you'd be able to damage that unless you were intentionally trying. If you were, like, prying something in there or transporting this thing without the Joy-Cons on, but why would you do that? Alright, on top here, we've got the more oval design language for the buttons like they started doing on, I think it was the revision of the Switch where they got the better battery life out of it. For comparison, mine's in a OG model. You can see the buttons are a lot more round. Ignore the carbon fiber, I shall swap my Switch. And let's see. Vent clips broke off on mine, but these are actually a lot less restrictive than the OG Switches. Because this one had 1, 2, 3... So it had 4 very thin combs, but obviously since mine is broken, they determined that breaks easily. So newer Switches, like the revision I mentioned and the OLED, they have thicker slats and more of them. So these are thicker than the OG Switches, but they're also less of them. I wonder if they determined that dust intrusion there isn't too big of a concern. Also, top USB-C port. Thank you! I had to get right-angle chargers so I could comfortably use my Switch in my bed. That is going to be a very nice quality of life improvement. And then, game cart slot. It opens from back here now. Oh, wow. Okay, so they've actually got a piece of metal right here. And it lifts up and then folds back like that, instead of the OG Switch, where the thumb slot is on the top here, and you lift up and peel it back. Very interesting. And now, enough of that, let's move on to the Joy-Cons. So, Switch 2 Joy-Con, Switch Joy-Con. That is quite the difference. Alright. It looks like this guy's not charged. So I might have to take a break and go back to the video just to charge this guy up or something. But... Oh, already, this is a massive ergonomic improvement, and I imagine they have to have the wrist strap somewhere down in here. But on the side, we've got the connector bit here, the mouse sensor. That's certainly an interesting choice. Big ol' SR and SL buttons. And I've actually learned, I think it was from footage of that $10 Welcome to Your Switch 2 game, these buttons actually have steel plates inside them. So the magnets are in the Switch itself. And then these on the end, that looks like there's a sync button inside there, but these look like mouse skates. Let's see if I can get that to focus. Yeah, these look like little mouse skates. And then everything else about it is pretty standard. Oh, wait. Oh, no. Okay, so that's the plunger to push it off the magnet. Gotcha. Yeah, that definitely seems like it's gonna be able to detach easier than this little button sliding off the rail thing. Now, I wouldn't be surprised if at some point, because I bet if I took this apart, I'm not going to, but I bet if I took this up, can you even? Oh, the screw layout is different. The regular Joy-Con has these 4 screws on the back here, but this, it's got 2 on the side. And then who knows what else holding it together. Ooh, that's right. Oh, these shoulder buttons are definitely more comfortable. Now, so as I was saying, I bet if I hauled this out, you could fit the Switch Joy-Con into the Switch 2 Joy-Con. So I wouldn't be surprised if someone made an adapter board at some point where you could slot the Switch Joy-Con in and then magnetically attach it to the side of the Switch 2. I don't know if that would work for anything other than power, but... Ooh, and this thumbstick. That's a nice big thumbstick right there. So buttons have a very different click to them, obviously. And then the right one's going to be more of the same. Except here's your dedicated chat button. Hope you're a Nintendo Switch Online subscriber in order to use that. Which, see, I don't know if I can get that one or not. Because on one hand, yeah, Nintendo Online infrastructure, they have to pay for it, blah, blah, blah. You gotta pay for it if you want to use it. That's the way the games industry works now. But on the other hand, you're really gonna have an entire button dedicated to a feature you can't use unless you pay? Just... I have to question why, and why this wasn't like some sort of shortcut menu that would lead you to the chat option. But now, does this have any charge in it? Does not seem so. Alright. So, let's go ahead and get these attached to the console. So, like, slots in very nicely. Alright. Now let's... So, you can pull that off with enough force, but it doesn't seem like you'll, with the way it goes in... Oh yeah, that comes off super easy. With the way it goes in, I doubt that those, contacts are going to be damaged through regular use. And yeah, I see Alicia commenting on the size of this thing. Yeah, that's... Let me just... Good freaking lord. This is some you versus the guy she tells you not to worry about stuff right here. It's got a fair bit of weight to it, but that's to be expected. Like, they've crammed basically a PS4's worth of hardware in here, and it's newer stuff. So PS4 tier hardware on the newer architectures, it's just better. This thing is way better. Now, are there any other interesting features of this to go over before I continue? Doesn't look like it. Yeah. Wait. Oh, the kickstand, of course. So I remember we had quite the heated discussions about this on Brody Debates. Alright, so it seems to be using a very similar kickstand mechanism to the Switch OLED. I got to play with that because a couple of my friends had it when I lived up in Connecticut. But yep, it just seems to be a friction-based thing. You have this instead of the you've got this. My headphones just turned off. That's not going to be good if someone donates. Uh, where was I before I got distracted by that? Right. Okay. The slot here, which will require microSD express cards in order to install games. With just the microSD card, all you're getting on there is words family. All you're getting is pictures and videos. Which this thing ships with 256 gigs of storage. I think I've got a 128 gig SD card in my Switch currently, and it's not like I'm maybe using that much of it anyway, so it should be fine. But back to the kickstand though. On the Switch, I think it's the Revision and the OLED, this was just one big flap. Whereas here, they've got this little bar, which I think is a much more reasonable approach. So, now let's get some use out of this kickstand and lay this down over here. You know, versus this one, I've got a metal kickstand on here because I felt like it. And it says it's able to store SD cards in it, when I've literally never used that feature. And anyway, just... yeah. Look how far down I can lay the Switch OLED compared to... that's the one angle you get. Definitely a better kickstand. Alright, so now we lift this. It appears I've got some usage guidelines. I'm not going to read that right now. Yes, their brand new super secret special sauce HDMI 2.1A, or whatever the heck standard they call it now, cable. You can't use the original Switch HDMI cable. Supposedly. I have a whole setup for... my whole setup over there is tangled and complicated. I've got multiple different splitters and switches and so many different HDMI cables, and it passes through 4K 60 from my PS5 just fine, so... I mean, I'm gonna swap... actually, no, I'm probably not gonna swap out the cable. I'll have to see what cable I'm using there, because I was using a 1-footer to use with my HDMI switch there. I might have swapped that out. I unfortunately won't have a good way to record that because of the space it's in. You'd either get it, but I can't see, or you'll just get my forehead. Right. And here we have the new wrist straps. So these take the approach of, instead of enhancing the shoulder buttons, it doesn't obstruct them, which I guess makes sense because the shoulder buttons are so much better this time around. So I am going to very much assume... alright, so... okay. They're color-coded. Let's see if I can get this one on camera. Alright, so they're color-coded, but they do still have the plus and minus symbols. So there's nothing stopping you from using either one on either side. So, I'm going to be a bit of a rebel here. Okay. So let's try to get this. It's got this little piece that pops out and then goes in. Now, it doesn't appear that there's a button or anything, so... is that for visual impact only? So let's... okay, so the wrist straps don't do all that much in terms of ergonomics in handheld mode. But these mouse skates here are almost certainly going to be better. And in fact, I have a mouse pad in front of me. Why don't I test that? I should have washed this thing. Alright, this feels like it would... the, how do I get you off? There we go. Alright, versus this. Alright, so the mouse skates on the wrist strap are definitely better, but... See, here's the mouse I'm used to, and then this is what I'm switching to. My hand would cramp so bad doing this for long periods of time. I feel like this is going to be best for a novelty. It's good they added it to Mario Party, because that's probably basically the only place this is going to be sensible. Now, what was I about to say? There's something about mice. Oh, yes. So, apparently, you can hook up just a standard mouse to the Switch 2 dock, or maybe even through the top USB-C port, and you have mouse support that way, so you don't have to use the Joy-Cons for that. That would be very nice. I'll probably test that later, because this... Actually, I don't know if there's an approved mouse list. I can't imagine there would be. I don't expect the extra features on this mouse, because it's it's one of the Razer ones with 12 buttons on the side. I can't imagine that would be supported, but I wouldn't be surprised. I would be surprised if I just can't use that mouse, period. So I'm going to take these off. Let's get some trash off the desk here. And what else do we have? Ah, yes, the new Switch 2 AC. Ooh! Okay, they're not going with a dedicated one this time. It's a USB-C power brick. What voltage does this thing pass? Okay, so all the outputs are 3 amps. It will do either 5, 9, 15, or 20 volts, which is 15, 27, 45, or 60 watts, respectively. So I think... I have an OG Switch, I'm just going to unhook my Switch dock now for the comparison. Because, let's see, I have the picture around here. Yeah, this is my current setup for the Switch dock. It is very crowded in there. Also, I can't imagine that the new dock is going to work with that little thing I have it sitting on, so... I'm gonna have to figure that out. I think I'll figure out, where did I put my water bottle? I've been talking for too long. And I return with a Switch dock and an AC adapter. Excuse me. Alright, so the output on this, it was either 5 volts, 1.5 amps, or 15 volts, 2.6 amps. Excuse me. So, the mere fact that this one puts out 20 does confirm you can't use the OG Switch adapter for the Switch, or the OG Switch AC adapter for the Switch 2 dock. It needs more power than that. Now, let's see. I'll hold off on this. Oh, I completely shoved the USB-C cable to the side. Yep, that's a Nintendo branded USB-C to USB-C cable right there. Very nice. And then the Switch 2 dock. Had to figure out which way was front first. Oh. Now that's fascinating. They're using glossy plastic on the inside of this. Or But is that might be glass? You know, let me I've got a USB Ethernet adapter here that might be thrown off the weight. I'm almost certain it didn't come through, but something of mine just disconnected and reconnected. Looks like it was one of my portable drives. So, yeah, is that glass? That'd be weird. Now, one thing that greatly disappoints me is that you can't use the Switch 2 on the Switch dock, which I kind of expected. I wish they just had it hooked up in a way where it would just output at less power, or maybe because handheld mode on the Switch 2 is basically docked mode of the original Switch. I feel like they could have made that work. They just didn't. What's more disappointing is that you can't use the Switch, the OG Switch on the Switch 2 dock. They made them physically incompatible, based on the positioning of the holes down there. That is disappointing. I figured if you have a better dock, you can at least give it a compatibility mode. Oh yeah, even the rear indexing cutout's different. Now, we don't need this box anymore. So, let's take a look around back here. Now, this is one big difference. OG Switch dock, you have this fold down flap. And with this, you just pull it off entirely. So, we got AC adapter in, HDMI, and a Ethernet port. Words. So, we also got an Ethernet port here, which I do kind of wish it was another USB 3 port and they just included an Ethernet adapter in the box. But I also get why they did that on this and the Switch OLED dock, because I had an Ethernet adapter in there. Everyone did. Why keep putting a USB port there if no one's going to use it for anything other than that? And we also have the two USB ports on the side. So, and then this thing's a little thicker because one thing that they do have, I don't have a way to show it without dismantling this, which I'm not going to do. There's a cooling fan in here, which is, I was about to say very cool, which is a pun. But yeah, having this thing be able to regulate its heat under load is going to be very helpful. So now we put that to the side. In fact, let's go ahead and put the Switch 2 in its dock. Beautiful. Just like the marketing. Why do I already have random little white spots on my dock? And now, for the grip. I got one of my little Switch grips over here, right? No. They are all over in the main house, and I don't feel like going to get them. But they were small and uncomfortable. So they're not, I don't think they're even worth looking at right now. Just without the controller, I can tell these are beefier. These are beefier thighs, I think the community refers to them as. Or at the very least, Scott the Waz refers to them as. But the grips here are a lot nicer in the hand. Now, I do have a controller grip called the Nyko Clip Grip Pro, which makes the grips feel like an Xbox One controller, which is very nice compared to the original. But of course, I'm only getting part of the story here. I need to see how this fares when I actually put Joy-Cons on it. So a little bit of here, and a little bit of here. There it is. Okay, so right away, I'm not a fan of how this part here it curves and then it just flattens off. I get it. It's kind of integral to the way you install these. You can't have it come up around the side like you had with the original Joy-Cons because it doesn't slot down, it slots in. But I feel like the curve here could have been made to complement it a lot better. But other than that, this feels pretty solid. I mean, it's still a brick shaped. It's still square just because of the way the Joy-Con design language works. You're like here I've got a Stadia controller, and it's this is functional, but it's never gonna be a real controller. So anyway, I think that is the entire accessory list. That is everything from the box. So let's see. So it says plug it in and set it up. So I'm guessing this guy's gonna need to be charged. And unfortunately, I don't have a handy outlet at my desk at the moment. I have an extension cord over there. Is that gonna reach? Or do I just try to power this off of a power bank? I'm going to start with its official AC adapter, which means I need to get AC over here. I think actually if I just snake around to the outlet in my bedroom beside me, that's going to work much better. Come on, you. What is this stupid thing stuck on? I think. Oh yeah, this is actually pretty decently long. So I'll have enough space to get this over here. The adapter. Plug it in. And the graphic says to use the bottom port, but I am going to use the top one. Oh, it's actually already pretty decently powered. Oh, and it is already turning on. Unfortunately, I seem to have lost my mouse at some point. This one. Right, that's enough of that. So thankfully it's washed out, so if I have to hide anything personal, I'll get this hooked up properly in a bit. Because I imagine there's going to be a point in time where I have to transfer my old profile to the new one. That's going to require inserting personal information. I'm just going to switch back to the video at that point. But yep, it's just telling me to select a language currently. US English, please. We're in the Americas. The end user license agreement. Alright, it wants me to connect to Wi-Fi. Connection successful. Alright, and now it's just telling me it needs to download update data. Alright, so we are in Florida. That would be the New York time zone. With Nintendo Switch 2, you can play games wherever you want, however you want. Oh, really? Okay, so it's telling me about the kickstand, and it's telling me that I can connect the AC adapter to the top, but it's saying now, so I wonder if it thought I was going to connect it to the bottom. Alright, so it's showing me to detach the Joy-Con 2. Let's see if I can get this angle right. Now it wants me to do the left. Alright, might as well shove this into kickstand mode. If I get this way down, we'll be able to... I mean, kind of. I will connect to a TV later. I went over the controller and the wrist straps. Alright. And now it is downloading update data. Riveting. So, how's your guys' morning been? While I wait on the stream lag for you guys to give me answers to that, I need a sody pop. And my poison of choice today is Blackberry Zero Sugar Dr. Pepper. What? And we're updating. Let's switch this back out of studio mode. There we go. System update complete. Alright. Wants me to system transfer. Okay, I didn't leave anything running. I do not have a micro SD express card. Alright. Wants me to sign into a Nintendo account. Alright, so we'll do this QR code style. Alright, and now I need to insert a confirmation code. And we are signed in. Alright, the systems are closed. Alright. Go to system settings. System. Probably towards the bottom. System transfer to Nintendo Switch 2. An update, of course. Alrighty. Well, which button is it? This one. So from this point, it's just going to be the system transfer process and probably more inputting of confidential information, which I can't show on screen anyway. Let me just get this going here. Or you don't know. It. Alright, I need to stop getting sucked into the process because this is going to be boring for you guys. So I'm going to switch back to the video. Now, I'm hoping that it picks up where I left off. Because, at the very least, I remember right about where I was so I can get it back there. But I'm going to switch over to the video. I'm going to get the system transfer done. And I'm also going to hook up the new dock. And I'll get a picture to show you guys when I'm done with it. So, see you in a bit. This button. I forgot to unmute myself and almost forgot to start recording again. Anyway, that transfer's done, so I'm back. We got the, I also forgot to mute my Twitch stream, so I heard myself. Anyway, blurry, but download complete. Man, I'm probably gonna have so much fun just playing this later. Like laying in bed or something, because I definitely want to try out handheld mode, but not right now, because you guys deserve to see it. So, let's figure this out real quick. First things first, I need to wake my TV up. And then, second things second, on this. Whoop. I almost forgot a very important step. This one. Now, let's see about this. And we have connection. Alright. So it's telling me about software downloads. Let's shift over here. I can kind of see chat still. So I was about to say, it didn't send over the screenshots and such, but it's about to, and I need to pull it back out of the dock. Well, back to this. Right. Micro SD card. Into here. Ah! And I need a system update. Fantabulous. Yes, update system. And now the mic is over there to the side, not hearing me properly. I'm already getting stuff on this screen. Microfiber, they're being copied. How fascinating. Alright. Let's get this back over this way. So, one thing I've been doing that I haven't gotten far enough into the series yet for you guys to have seen is for Pokemon Scarlet, or for Pokemon Violet, Obviously I play it, or I was playing it between streaming sessions with Heather. But if I were to encounter or catch new Pokemon and such, I want those to be documented. So every time I did, I took the 30-second recording with the capture button. So those are all sitting on the SD card right now. I need to get those off of there and then file them into the episodes. The way I'm going to handle that is that at the beginning of each episode, there's just going to be a montage of all the stuff that happened, all the Pokemon I caught between then. So I forget if I already mentioned it in this stream, but I actually want to get a screen protector for this thing. Hori actually has a anti-glare one. It's their ultimate thing. It's got, I think it's scratch or shatter resistance or something like that, and it's got a layer on it that will prevent the glare of light hitting you. It'll scatter it around and make it so that you can see even in really bright conditions. GameStop didn't have that. They only had their branded stuff. You know, I think I did mention this because I specifically remember using the line, so I'm going to have to check one of the other stores in the area. All right, we're almost done copying. And now remove it. Micro SD card has been removed. Now it wants me to restart the system. Actually, I didn't check. How big is that SD card? Ah, that was a 256 gig. Alright. So, says system transfer complete. I'm going to put it back in the dock. Get this back on the correct scene. Theme color from the source system will be carried over. Thank you! Unless there's a better one. Okay, to go to the home menu, press the home button. Ah, interesting. Okay. So the home button on this is actually solid, which doesn't seem like it's a big detail. But the reason for that is that if you look at the Switch 1 Joy-Con's home button, it's got that clear ring around it. There's actually a blue LED under there. I have a program on my laptop that let me change the colors of this in software, so when I hook it up to my Switch, it actually looks black and green like it does in real life. And when I'm hooked up to that system, the home LED is on. So yeah, there's an LED indicator there that just went completely unused by Nintendo, as evidenced by the fact that it's not on here. Anyway, home menu. Ooh, am I about to get a tour? Alright, we got downloads and updates and such going. Oh yeah, this thing's probably going to be at it for a while. Let's see. Game chat, news, eShop, album, game share. Something in the controllers, you say? GL and GR? Oh, that's on the new Pro controller. Mouse controls, that's handy. Ah. Alright. So let's... mouse cursor. I see. That's certainly interesting. Now, I don't see movement in the YouTube chat. Am I still live there? Yes, I am. Uh, you know, on my Razer mouse there. Ooh, which reminds me, I've got to test and see if that works. Unfortunately, Princess Petals, I do not think it's going to do the intro song every time. That's probably just for booting up a fresh console. But if you get one, it'll do that for you. Or like if we reset one. Um, Anywho, where was I? Oh, right. So on my Razer mouse there, it has side scroll. So like you have your scroll wheel, but you can also tilt the scroll wheel and you can have it do various things. I don't think they have it set up for this out of the box, but I have it set up where it'll scroll left and right by a certain amount of things. But replacing a scroll wheel with a thumbstick. I don't know if that would work for a game like Minecraft, or like any game where you're scrolling between things on a hotbar. But for like browsing the web, I could totally see a joystick being much more useful for that. Alright. Let's get this strap thing out of the way, because... So that is certainly cool. I'm gonna go ahead... put this back on here. I really hope that someone comes out with mod kits for the Joy-Con 2 LEDs. Because I have a whole bunch of custom Joy-Cons, and they all have custom LEDs. Like, I've got my green and black ones there, and they've got a more vibrant green. I've got a wood grain set, they're orange. I've got ones themed after the SNES and the Game Boy, which are red and purple, or purple and red, respectively. But I would just really like to have brighter LEDs in there. So anyway, disconnect the mouse. Let me grab this USB receiver. Go plug this in the switch dock. Alright, there is now a mouse receiver plugged into my switch dock. So let's see. While I wait for Pokemon Violet to update, let's just look at this. Did I set to the right thing? It's on 2.4, so that should be its receiver. So I'd probably have to hook it up directly with long wire or something, but I don't want to do that. So I'm just gonna get my receiver back. Oh yeah, right. I was gonna get you guys a picture. I need to receive a file with Bluetooth. Sending. What? All right. There we go. Here's what it looks like now. I'm almost certain that they're going to make someone's going to make a dock thing like that, the one I've got for my Switch dock. But today's not that day. Actually, I could probably 3D print one and then just store those Switch games somewhere else. Yeah, that's probably going to be the better play. Alright, Pokemon Violet's almost done. Oh, that was just a DLC download. Alright. You know what? I'm actually going to let this sit for a little bit, because I actually have to step through the bathroom real quick. Actually, you know what? I thought of something while I was in the bathroom. I was trying to look at Game Share the other day to see what games I could share, but you can only share from a Switch 2, so I wasn't able to see it yet. So let's see what we got here. About Game Share. Play with people nearby or play together over game chat. Let me scoot this way so I'm more centered in the face cam there. Game share. Let's see. Okay, so it doesn't list them here. They would have to be from within the game itself. I see. That looks paused. What else would be downloading right now? The sounds are certainly different. Let's see. Device. No, built-in Bluetooth. Oh wait, no, they had that on the Switch years ago. I have never messed with it, so I didn't know. Parental controls, accessibility. Play. Here we go. Got HDR. Let's do 4K. Yep, we're outputting at 4K 60. Range. Yeah, that's fine. $120 Hz, very nice. Auto low latency. So I heard a rumor we're getting more themes some point in the future. That will be very nice and very appreciated. Wait, what? Okay, I couldn't see my microphone in OBS for a second, so... Or I couldn't see it because it was at the bottom, so I thought it had broken. Okay, what else? I can mess with all that later. Yeah, I'll poke around with all of that on a later time. But for right now, my hands are gonna frickin' cramp if I try to use this controller. Let's see here. I'm gonna ditch this. Alright, let's see if this works. You know what? Ugh. There's probably a setting I've got to switch. Controllers. Controllers and accessories. We've got 2 mouse controls. Interesting. Alright then. Ugh. Looks like I'm stuck using this thing. Because the 8-bit DOE adapter doesn't work yet. Alright. So let's kick into a comfy position here. I am recording. We got 4K on this sucker. We can finish downloading that DLC another... That would be helpful, wouldn't it? Alright. Different sound effect. Alright, so, I really Holy crow. I did not expect the difference to be that immediate. Wow. Yeah, and it's still downloading DLC in the background? I don't think the original Switch could do that. This is insane. Like, so we didn't get to this part of the comparison video, but I'm on top of Zero Gate right now. With, I think it's basically just gliding and maybe high jump. You can work your way around from the Pokemon League to the Zero Gate and stand on top of it. Like, if I go down here... Yeah, if I go down here, this gate is still very much closed. But... I was not expecting the difference to be this good, this immediate. I am gabberflasted. Because something to keep in mind, the Switch 2 has a processor that is 3 generations newer than the Switch's, and it also has 3 times the RAM. They were pushing the Switch hard with Scarlet and Violet. But now that it's not hardware powerful enough for it, it's fine. Alright, so I have to fly to get out of here, so... Man, this is so smooth! What outbreaks do we have? Azurill, Skiploom... Gyarados... Scyther... Nope, too far. You know, I went sightseeing around Paldea, but I didn't even look at Kitakami and Blueberry. We got a Noibat, Cutiefly, Coughing, Gardevoir. What do we got? Snover. Something I haven't seen yet. Horsey. Something I haven't seen yet. There's gonna be a fair amount of that at Blueberry. Alright, but I should sightsee. Nope, wrong button. I mean, the most obvious thing to do is just to follow the path I was taking in the video. So I saw on Reddit earlier that someone already documented the loading times in this. I did not comprehend just how fast that would be. Okay, hold on. Now I have to fly to Kitakami. Let's fly up to the crystal pool. You don't even see the Dragonite fly off. You didn't even see the Dragonite. I'm recording, right? Yeah. So, you guys might have noticed in the video, as it came in and out from the music, that I was ignoring a bunch of items and stuff, because I don't want to cut that down into an actual episode. Episode, video. Yeah, let's be episode. Decimal point episode. Something I have yet to explain. I'll explain it in episode 1.5. But... yeah, I might have oversold how uncomfortable this controller would be. This actually feels pretty fine now. Oh, wow. I don't think the original game would have shown Pokemon out that far, or that many of them. The flowers here. And remember, this is in 4K! Like, the Switch was struggling to run this at 1080p. I don't even think it was aiming for 1080p 60. It was probably aiming for 1080p 30. But this is in 4K 60 FPS. And I saw a couple, like, reveal trailers and whatnot. Alright, so it's still got some, like, render distance, funkiness. That's probably just down to the game's engine. Yeah, so things like pop in, fade in, just effects like that, that's going to be down to the game's engine. Ooh, that's a big old group of how I keep getting distracted from how pretty this game is now. Right, game's engine. So, we're, there's not much we can do about that without just releasing a Switch 2 version of Scarlet and Violet. But with what they were able to do with this update... oh man, running from Pokemon used to take so long. So, fun fact actually, this, you know, I know I went down here because Heather made a secret tunnel joke about it. Oh yeah. And of course, we still have this to contend with. Again, game engine thing. You'd have to rewrite the game in order to fix that. You're not fixing that with just an update. Distracting myself. Right, you know, let me get out of this cave so I don't get jumped by other Pokemon. Man, imagine if I find a shiny. I have actually found 3 naturally occurring, wasn't specifically hunting for them shinies while playing this game. One of them was a Donphan on top of a part of the mountain. and another was, or two others were just Knackley. Knackley's really, well, Donphan was easy to spot because it's like copper color. But Knackley specifically, it's got those big blocks of salt in its head, and when it's shiny, they'll be orange. And you know, I forgot I wanted to yeah, so shiny Knackley has orange where it's normally white, so it's really easy to spot. Ooh, is this the spot? Yes, I think it is. Well, that's certainly a sight to behold. Ah, I say I blocked it in this path. Oh man, and the textures on me right on. Wow. Ooh, Dragon Dance. Yeah, this is absolutely way more crowded than it was on the Switch. Oh yeah, I got that in previous recording session. Can't say previous video because I haven't released the video yet. Which I am working on. Episode 1.5 is being complicated, but the episodes past that get simpler. So now that I'm up here, let's, so, fun fact, the Nintendo Switch actually isn't the first system that Nintendo pushed super hard. The Nintendo 3DS, like the original one, I gave mine to my sister, so I'll have a visual aid for this. But it had a mode, I think it was called Expanded System Storage or something like that. And what it did, or not System Storage, no, Expanded Memory Management, I think. Whatever it was, point is, the OG 3DS had a mode where it would load a lighter version of the home menu with less animations and stuff so that you could load more demanding games on it. And there were technically 5, but for the sake of argument and technicality, 3 games that utilized the expanded or the simpler home menu. Smash Bros. For 3DS, Pokemon Sun and Moon, and Pokemon Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. So, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet is not Nintendo's first parlay with forcing their system to do as much as possible for a Pokemon game. And, of course, obviously, the new 3DS, which I do have, it's buried on this cot somewhere, it had more RAM and a better processor as well. It wasn't a generational leap like from the Switch to the Switch 2, but it was a more enhanced 3DS. It didn't need that home menu feature because it just had the more RAM to run the harder games by default. Alright, so I saw some activity in chat here by Alicia Lynette. Let's see. Saying that some of the camera stuff was startled because it made you think you break something. Still weird to see such realistic-looking stone textures when other things aren't super realistic-looking. Ah! Debatable? I mean, yeah, Miraidon looks a little cartoony, but that's also a lot more realistic than Pokemon textures in the past years. I don't know, I like the art style. No, indeed, the camera does not like tight spaces. And Houndour is all high by dropping it from above. Alright, so for your concerns with the ZA camera thing, well, remember that this was Nintendo's first open-world game. You know, now that I think of it, were there camera clipping issues in Sword and Shield? I don't think they were. But before I distract myself, yeah, I imagine camera issues, they're probably going to have them worked out by Legend ZA. Or have them less jarring in some way. But yeah, when you have the opportunity to move the camera around like this, there's opportunity to fix it. Now, what can sometimes be really good is if you can work... Because for some reason they never fixed the Pokemon spawning in walls problem. But... I was the kid who used the glowstone pushed onto your head to X-ray hack in Minecraft things when I was a kid. So I am actually very appreciative of the ability to work with it. How did I get it? Not by messing with the home. Oh, I remember. Backwards wall jump for the win. Oh man, that water texture looks much smoother. Actually going to do their bridge I think the first place I'm going to go now is over to Artazon. Because that windmill was something that everyone was making fun of. Let's see. And there it is. One beautiful, smooth spinning windmill. How far away I can see that window. know what's really funny? This actually gets me more excited for Kirby and the Forgotten Land, because you thought the windmill was bad. Kirby gets like 10 feet away from something, it moves to post, basically. Pretty sure I'll be able to see it from on top of that. Oh, you know what? What? Oh, there we go. Go. Oh, I learned recently that apparently that thing's name isn't Skiddo, it's Skidoo. You're missing an O for that Pokemon. This might be a small Stantler. Pokemon have size variations in Scarlet and Violet. Actually, they also had them in Legend Arceus, but it was much more exaggerated as far as I know. Especially with Alphas. Ooh, a TM. Fake tears. Well, I think that confirms both of them were shiny. Go up, that would... Oh, nope. Ominous Black State. Start it. And look at that. The windmill is still spinning smoothly. That is insane. Now, of course, the most obvious place to go next is Castaway Lake. Let's go. I like the perceived things. Got some items here I neglected. Hey, I feel like I haven't been down here before. Ah! A revive. Fire blast. Oh, there was a timer ball over here? That would have been nice to know back in episode 2. I think my recording sessions are up to like 13. Nope. I'm just getting all right now. Gosh darn it. unfortunate thing about the game running buttery smooth on this link, which is notorious for lag, at 4K 60, mind you. Only downside to that is that now that everything's not running like it's through molasses, it's a little harder to dodge. I think I only pulled out 1 or 2 stakes on the Switch 1. But I don't have a solid point of comparison. Ooh, sword. Oh, that's one way. Go away! Just watch you look at Pokemon and collect feathers. Alfredata is going to be a nice place to check out. You can really see a lot of That's right. I got one terror. Let's see how those go. So many Pokemon up here now. What does that do exactly? Gosh darn it. Not as bad. You can see the windmill turning from here. We didn't get to this shot yet, but I'm gonna go to Levincia real quick. either. So, when I was in Levincia during the video I was playing earlier, there was a part where I stopped and I watched an NPC go into the background as she slowly got juddered. Now, I did not think at the time of staying in place until she faded from view, because I'm certain that would have happened. But, I mean, I shouldn't be surprised since we already confirmed the windmills moved from across the freaking map. She's going just fine. Oh, she's going less. Ah, that's a little less. Papa is a bit distracted due to how fast it's just there now as you're moving. Small bit of lag in the early city. Yeah. So they might... I don't know if that's fixable, but if it is, they might need more time to slow down. Now, one thing I want to try that's also not something that the video got to yet. I'll move with the chat. Fix Poppin, we need to work on the game's engine. Shadows. Yeah, so I think Poppin and Shadows, that may be an engine level problem. Gosh darn it! So, Alicia, the only issue with the climbing feature is that I don't have it yet. There's a... let's see. We have the Lurking Steel Titan, the Stony Cliff Titan, the Open Sky Titan, the Quaking Earth Titan, and the... Well, that was not labeled yet, because I haven't beaten it yet. So I only have 4 of the 5 upgrades. I don't want to make progress on that until Heather streams it again and I'm playing it with her. So that means I don't have the climbing feature. I got everything else, but I gotta do some tricks. What I was doing right there is something found very early on in the game that, because of its infamy in the Mario 64 speedrunning scene, we call the backwards long jump, where, obviously, if Miraidon is facing forward on those slopes, he just skids down till he comes to a flat surface. But if he's facing backwards on the slope, then you can jump. And that lets me get to places where I'm really not supposed to be right now. So, what I'm going to try to do right now is also a circumnavigation of the climbing thing. So, up on that mountain right there is the, what's it called? It's the vault that Chi Yu is locked into. Now, I haven't pulled the stake, so I can't access Chi Yu. But I want to go there regardless, just because it's cool. So, on the OG Switch, I can only pull this off on, handheld mode, because of the lag and the input latency. I'm hoping this one's better. So basically, if I strike this, if I go down this, I dash and I jump at the exact right time, maximum height, and get a good glide, I'll be able to get to that tiny little recessed portion there. And I'll be able to land in the pool of water that's behind it and be able to access this high up area. In the video, again, we haven't gotten there yet. I failed at this trick many times, and obviously, since I can only do it in handheld mode on the OG Switch, this, I wouldn't be able to get it for the video. But here, I might be able to do it. If I don't mess up the dismount. No, 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 no. Nope. It's a pretty hard trick. Might be able to do here. Definitely not. No, and I missed. Ah, well. Those are terrible. You know what? There's a couple over there. can't go there because that entire area is a cutscene trigger. Going down from the map definitely loads a whole lot faster now. Oh no, I need to head south and then switch. Why does that path looks like just this dead? What? I don't remember seeing this couple before. Okay then. I was not expecting to be able to do that. found the elusive top of this rock that I've been looking for a while. And there wasn't a whole lot of them. Water. The rate I do is it has to have at least 3 stars. Probably gonna one-shot anyway, but yeah. Ooh! Flying type limit! Alright, what do I want to destroy? I'll claim Pokedex progress rewards some. Alrighty. But I think that's enough of that for now. Switch over to here. Get this right here. Alrighty. So let's see what I missed out on chat here. Yep, oof on that trick there. It's a really hard trick. Let's see. Something I just thought of. Since past and future, why couldn't they have B just hover while S is running for base travel? I think they wanted both of them to be bikes. I don't know. That's a design decision. You'd have to ask someone at Pokemon or Game Freak or whatever for that. But anyway, I do believe that the midnight release, and more accurately, I got my Switch at 1 a.m. I think the night is catching up to me. So I am going to sign off now. Thank you all so much for being here. I'm going to be back tomorrow. I'm going to do something more in Pokemon Violet, unless someone wants me to do something else. Excuse me. But I have a notification on my phone. I'll figure those out in a bit. Yeah, the night's catching up to me. Yeah, so tomorrow I'm probably gonna, I'm not gonna say what I'm gonna do, but I'm gonna do more in Pokemon Violet, and I really want to test out the limits of the extra Pokemon spawning. So thank you all so much for watching. If you liked it, please be sure to hit that like button. See, I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch right now. So what am I to do? So I guess everyone on Twitch, give me a follow. Check out the panels in the description. Everyone on YouTube, thank you for watching. If you liked it, please hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't. Comment, so ring the notification bell. Keep that updated with all my future videos. Website, Patreon, Minds, Discord, and Twitch links are in the description below, which is ironic because I am streaming on Twitch. As I say, Twitch links are below, which they are certainly not because you're already on Twitch. I'm rambling now. I'm gonna go. Thank you all for watching. See you next time. Which is almost certainly, hopefully, going to be tomorrow.